Hi everyone, again welcome to the Linux programming and scripting course. Today we will be continuing the lecture on Perl programming language. Today is lecture 8 of the Perl programming language. So last lecture we covered several topics, actually two main topics, and then we went into details of those two. I will recap that and then we'll introduce the topics for today. So let's look at the last time what we covered. The main the two topics that we covered last time was the hash array or the associative array and the references or referencing and dereferencing of variables. The hash array or the associative array, essentially this is defined, we saw the definition, it's basically defined as with percentage and then the name. Then we also saw how to add the various objects into the array, how to delete and how to modify the objects. Typically, like the modification is you know that actually it's $name, and then we use the double braces essentially to denote which object that we want to remove. One key thing that we noticed was actually the when we define it as a key value pair, and usually we see the association by using an equal to and the greater than symbol to form the association. So typically all these ones are like key value, etc., and then that's how we can define this $name array. So each of these keys and values we can access, and the modification is simply by calling the key and then changing that into a new value. So the corresponding key gets changed, and then we also saw that to initialize hash array we will just simply do percentage name equal to just open close parenthesis, and that will initialize the array itself. And then when we use the hash arrays, we use it with either the keys or the values, and when we can actually just get all the keys or all the values. One key difference between the hash array and the regular array is that hash array has only the association between the key and the value. It does not have any association with the key 1 and key 2, for example. So there is no relation or value 1 and value 2. In a regular array, we know that actually the value gets incremented by 0, 1, 2, 3, etc. So each object will have its own index. Here the index is essentially denoted as just the key and then the values. So and then again we can access just the keys basically, and then we can sort on the keys, sort on the values, and then we can get the various for a sorted keys what is the value, for a sorted value what are the keys. Those kind of things we can easily get from this array. This is very useful for as a two-dimensional array. As I mentioned, we can denote like points of in a plane, things like that. Essentially, we also saw one example which is kind of a dictionary creation. It's either a dictionary creation or even a phone book creation. Actually, like what the example that we saw was a phone book creation where we can have the indexes as or the indices as the name of the people, and then the values are their corresponding phone numbers. So and then a couple of other things that we saw was actually like the addition is not actually, it does not follow any rule. It just gets added an element, so we cannot say that okay this goes in the end of the queue or end of the array or beginning of the array. We cannot say anything like that. It can go anywhere in the middle, because it's almost like a random access. So essentially, like as soon as we give the keys, that particular element we can access directly. We don't have to serially go through 1, 2, 3, 4 kind of the keys before accessing that element. So there's a lot of good features, and one thing that I mentioned last time also was that a lot of programming actually revolves around the hash arrays. In fact, you will see in any kind of practical application, there's a whole bunch of hash arrays that we get used in order to actually do this um, do meaningful programming or meaningful use of Perl. And the two popular features of Perl that gets used more often, one of them is the hash array, the other one that we will talk about it today. Anyway, like I mean, once you master these two elements, you can pretty much write any program inside Perl. Of course, there are some data structures that we will cover in the next lectures, couple of lectures also. The other thing that we noticed or we learned in the last lecture was referencing and dereferencing the variables. So what is a reference of a variable? It's nothing but the address where it is stored. So you know that actually the memory structure is usually there is all these it's almost like a table. You can think of this, and then on one side is all the addresses, and then this is the value. So a memory with like a 32 gig will have like 32 gigs of addressing space, and each one can store a byte or a bit, essentially like 32 based on whether it's 32 gigabyte or 32 gigabit. You can have that many storage capability. So in a bit system, maybe like every bit can be addressed individually, which is not meaningful. Here, say like assuming a byte, 8 bits can be addressed in one shot. So and the 8 bits will have a unique address corresponding to it. So a variable is nothing but one of this chunk of data which it has an address and a corresponding value. And typically we only like when we say like dollar x equal to 5, we only have the dollar x as the value. Now what is the address where this 5 is stored? In order to get that, that's what we mean by referencing. And the referencing, we can achieve it by an escape character like a backslash dollar x. This gives a scalar value. And this scalar represents the address of that particular variable. So like arrays and things like that, so we can easily get these references. We also saw like wanted to show you a couple of things. So here essentially like I mean the list can be created by actually these square brackets. The reference to hash is created by closing the list in a curly braces essentially. So these are some of the things that we already saw. And then all of them are, we notice that actually like they are like dollar because the way it is a kind of a variable which is a scalar quantity. So it is denoted by just dollar. So once we have this, the how do we dereference a reference, already given reference? In order to do that, we use to select a double dollar with x, and then that gives us basically back the provided the x is a scalar quantity which is a reference itself, then we can get back the actual value. So then we can use this $x to modify the values of the reference structure, and that also we saw here actually. So use this and for an array actually, like I mean, to modify one of the variables we use the dash arrow to, or dash greater than, to actually modify the element, the particular element. And one thing that we noticed was this concept of $r3 is not equal to $r arrow 3. I think, like I mean, we have to notice that basically, like for the given r, here the r is not changing basically, so it's the same. Here the r is used as an array variable. Here the r is used as a reference, and that's the big difference why they are not equal. So wanted to understand this one. So I think, like I mean, with this we can introduce today's topics. Today we will be talking about functions, which is a natural progression for the next topic. And then we will also talk about some of the uh, um, uh, the other biggest topic, or the most widely used item in Perl, which is the regular expressions. So let's look at functions. Essentially, function is a short form notation for repeatedly used code. So essentially, you can so if you are using something basically like that, you are over and over using it over and over, and in order to compute certain things, you can put it under a function and then call this function whenever you need it. So this reduces the ease of programming. In Perl, as you know, like I mean, there is no concept of compilation. So in a regular programming language like C or a C++, when you write functions, the functions are actually compiled during the compile time, and then they come into the actual programs, and they can be replaced with the various parameters. Um, uh, Similar to like subroutines and functions. Here in Perl, since it is not a compiled language, we only have functions. There are no subroutines as such. So the function consists of a function header and a body. So the body is the block of the code that executes when the function is called. The identification of the header is through this keyword sub, and then the name of the function. So when we call like sub and then followed by the name, that means that it is a function. And then so again the same thing basically, like I mean, so the function declaration consists of the keyword sub and then the function name. The declaration promises a full definition somewhere else. So you can just define it and then basically like you can actually write the function somewhere else. And then the function call itself, this is like when we actually use the function in a particular code. This can be part of an expression as well. So in this case, the function must return a value, and that will get used in the expression. The function call can also be a standalone statement. In this case, a return value is not required. If there is one, then that's pretty much discarded. So sometimes I mean there is a return value which is just used for testing purposes, like I mean whether the function was executed correctly or not. So whenever a function is called, the body begins executing at the first statement of this function. The return statement in a function body causes the function body to immediately stop executing that particular function and then return the control back to the original program. And then the return statement is also has an expression. If the return statement also has an expression, the value is returned as the value of the function itself. So return statement is another key thing basically, like I mean, so when we terminate the function by using the return statement. And then if the return statement just has a plainly it's a vanilla return statement without any expression, that's the function that returns no value. And if the execution of the function reaches the end of the body without encountering a return statement, then the return value is the value of the last expression evaluated in the function. So Perl assumes an implicit return essentially, like, so you got to be careful. So if you don't specify anything and then basically like you have a chunk of code, the last expression evaluated will become the return value for that particular function. So when you are using it, you got to be careful. So the variable. So here there is a concept of a local variable. One thing is essentially in a function, the variables that are not declared explicitly but simply assigned to have a global scope. So you don't have to have actually like declare it explicitly, and they all have a global scope, which means that actually it spans across the whole program. In order to use a local variable, this is something that we saw in the previous example also. The keyword my declaration is used to declare the variable in a function body, and that is a local function. If the local variable has the same name as a global variable, the global variable is still not visible within the function body. It's only used the local variable is what gets used. It also supports a form of dynamic scoping using a local declaration. And then the my declaration is what is the key thing, and then that has a lexical scope which works similar to the rules of C, C++, and Java. We will also see like some of the other types of actually declaring the variables when we go into like other topics in the future. Some of the other programming concepts, basically like how we can pass variables between the subroutines or the function calls. Now let's talk about another key thing, that is the parameter. So we saw like actually in this one we know that it's a block of the code that is basically like that's what is getting executed. The header actually contains the sub and then the name of the function, and we can also declare parameters at that point. The parameters that are used in the function call are called the actual parameters. The formal parameters are names used in the function body and refers to the actual parameter. So actual parameters is linked to the formal parameters. So you can say declare a function sub xyz $a $b $c, and then when you are using xyz $p $q $r, yeah, like say you just execute this within the code. So if you look at this one, basically like so this subroutine essentially like has these are the actual parameters and these are the formal parameters. So in Perl, the formal parameters are not named in the function header, so we don't have to actually like specify this. Even without this, they will get passed. and the Perl actually supports both pass by value and pass by reference as the means of passing the parameters into the function. So there's a special array which is like the array underscore is initialized in the function body to to the list of actual parameters. An element of this array is a reference to the corresponding parameter, changing the element of the array, changing the corresponding parameter. So again, we already talked about the references and the dereferences. So think about this one basically. In this array we only store the references, so as we change the elements, the corresponding those parameters are actually the corresponding actual parameters get changed as well. So the values of this particular array are assigned to the local variables which corresponds to the pass by value. Okay, so these things will be like clear when we go through an example. I don't know whether we have time to do an example today. If not, we will be doing an example in the next lecture. Okay, so here is some other examples here. So here we declare a plus 10 as the function, and then basically like here we don't have to specify the formal parameters. So here we just specify $_0 plus equal to 10. This means that basically like it can be expanded as you return a value which is whatever the parameter that you get plus 10. So that's the name of the function, and then the usage is listed here basically. So this becomes the actual parameter. So when we do the plus 10 of $A, the $A becomes whatever the previous value plus 10. So previously like $A you are assigning it to 0, then after plus 10 $A will have a value of 10. So the first line of this function copies the actual parameters to the local variables. So there is this function that we can think of, which takes basically like the values essentially, and it basically like assigns the local variables from these from the array underscore. Okay, so let's look at how do we pass the structures as parameters. Couple of things that to note here are, one is an array or a hash will be flattened if included directly in the actual parameter list. So it won't keep it as is, basically they'll all get flattened. The reference to the hash or array will be passed properly since the reference is just a scalar value. So if you're passing it by reference, those references will be passed correctly. So let's look at a sort function. The sort function can be called with the first parameter being a block which contains a numerical value based on the comparison of two variables $A and $B, and this parameter is not followed by a comma. For example, like using the sort, that is A less than equal to greater than B, and to sort a numerical array, this will sort the array, the NUM, using the numerical comparison. When whereas when we do this A and B in the other way, then it will sort in the reverse order. So this way basically. Okay. So we can actually now write a function essentially using whatever we have learned. This could be a good way to actually find out how to write a function. We will discuss this example in the next lecture, but meanwhile you can try actually writing this function test median essentially like to find a median of an array passed as a reference value. Okay, so this could be an example that we will discuss in the next lecture. So I think so this is mainly the functions how much we define the functions as. Now let's go to the pattern matching. This is the second most important topic in Perl. Once you master the pattern matching and the hash arrays, pretty much you got 80% of Perl covered already. So let's look at the pattern matching. Some of these things that we talked about this in earlier lectures. So I would like you to remind some of them. Essentially Perl has very powerful pattern matching facilities built in. These have been imitated in a number of other systems. The regular expressions were described in JavaScript chapter, and this is also like from Perl that JavaScript has borrowed these regular expressions. So the pattern matching itself is indicated by this M operator. M, we can think of M as a match operator. And this is used with delimiters like the Q and QQ, but the enclosed characters form a pattern essentially. So if the delimiter is just the slash, then the M itself is not required. The match itself is indicated by the equal to tilde operator with a string on the left and then the pattern or string variable, it should be string variable on the left and then the pattern on the right. Actually the variable containing string or even just a nascent string is okay in this case actually. So okay. So if you just give a pattern, the default string that it assumes is the $_ which is the current line that you can think of, and then a split function can take the pattern as the first argument rather than a character. So even for a split function we can declare the pattern. Now the pattern itself, the pattern specifies a pattern of characters used to split the string into multiple pieces. So let's look at some of the examples. So actually I think like the example itself here it's probably like not there. We will come back to this. So a simple match essentially we can think of this as essentially like $_ equal to tilde. We can specify M operator or we can, and then slash and then the particular pattern and then followed by the slash. So this is one matching structure, essentially like matching pattern, and whenever this pattern is matched, it can generate like oh, we can do some things with this matching essentially. Um, so how do we remember the matches essentially? Like we can use parenthesis and then we can also denote variables, string variables, to explicitly contain matches. What this means is essentially like we can say slash $1 equal to $x equal to some match XYZ and then ABC. So the parenthesized elements will be remembered into this particular ones, and then in fact if you don't even specify this, essentially like just specify just XYZ ABC EQR DEF. So this particular matching pattern is always as $1 and this is as $2. So that is, if the pattern matches a string, the variables $1, $2 refers to the part of the string matched by the parenthesized subpatterns. So for the subpattern 1, it is remembered as $1. For the subpattern 2, that's remembered as $2. So this is basically like gives you like the way to actually do it, and then essentially like you can write a match like $_ equal to, and then you can say like okay $1 if $1 is whatever, and then you can execute a code. So you can actually tap into the matched component and then do processing based on that matched component. So if a match is successful on a string, there are 3 strings that are available to give the context of the match. So the first one is the $ampersand, that gives the part that actually match the pattern, and then this backtick is the part of the string before the part that matched, and then the normal tick, which is the part of the string that's after the part that got matched. So in this example, like even if you don't specify like $1, actually it's still available to you because XYZ ABC PQR, and then this is the match that you wanted essentially like so or this is the string, and then basically like you're matching ABC, and then this will contain ABC, this will contain XYZ, and then this will contain PQR. So these are all like some of the shortcuts how you make use of the matches. So matching itself is a way to identify a particular line, or then you can do some processing for that line, and then we can actually go into those matches and then identify how to actually do those matches and how to actually make use of the matches. So if you are searching, so matches essentially like you can think of it as way to search through a document for a given pattern. Now once we search and find out something, this is like in a Word document you are doing like a find, and then it finds various occurrences of a particular string. But the next logical step for any of those kind of matching is once we find something, we need to actually replace it with new stuff. So in Word, Word, you can think of this as like just a find and replace um, uh, commands. But how do we do it in Perl? Basically, like that's what is known as the substitution. So we know that we saw actually like M for matching. Now we introduce a new operator, which is the S operator, which is used for substitution. Again, in substitution, we can actually find the pattern and then replace it with a new string. And then the new string will replace the part of the string matched by this particular pattern. So if we say basically like ABC, replace it with 1 2 3, and then the initial string is actually S is dollar, so dollar S is equal to say XYZ ABC PQR. Then when we do this, basically like dollar S is equal to, or even with this S slash ABC slash 1 2 3, this ABC will be replaced by this 1 2 3. So the new string is actually dollar S is XYZ 1 2 3 PQR. And then that's what this stands for. Again, with the equal to tilde operator is used to apply the substitution to a string. If the operator is not used, then dollar underscore is operated upon by default. So if you don't specify anything, like then just say that S ABC 1 2 3, then the string, the dollar S, it is actually assuming it to be dollar underscore. And then so now there are things that we can attach to the end. I think like this is something that we saw like briefly we talked about this in one of the earlier lectures of when we introduced Perl. Then there are several modifiers essentially like that we can add it to the end essentially. One such modifier is the G modifier. The G modifier on a substitution causes all the substrings matching pattern will be replaced. So G stands for global. And then there's also another modifier I. I modifier makes it case insensitive. So when you use an I, think of insensitive, or essentially it's case insensitive. So an uppercase ABC will be same as a lowercase ABC. So so you can put it as I G. There is also like so these are all like different ways to substitute. Now we also talked about this operator in the previous lecture, in the earliest lecture. This is the transliterate operator, also known as TR essentially. In transliterate operator, essentially we can replace a character list with another character list. So it's not only like actually so if you think about here, this is a string. The first one is a pattern, but the second one has to be a string. So we are actually taking a pattern and then replacing it with a new string. Here actually it can be just a character list and a character list, and these can be just patterns essentially. So when we apply this translator operator to a string, it causes each character of the string that appears in the first list to be replaced by the corresponding character in the second list. If the second list is empty, then the characters from the first list are just deleted from the string. So use this operator with caution. Again here also like we use the equal to tilde as a prefix operator to apply the transliteration, and if you don't specify any operator, then it's basically like dollar underscore is operator upon by default. So now let's look at some of the file input and file output. So we have this concept. We introduced the concept of a file handle in the previous lectures. Even when we talked about Perl, we talked about that. We talked about file handles even in the context of Unix. In order to carry out a file input and output, a file handle must be created for each of the files. The open function is used to create a file handle. So there are two functions in Perl. One is called open, the other one is close. So the open function is used to create the file handle. The file handle is similar to the file handle in Unix, essentially, like this is a address of the files, but here we have this address generated by the Perl inside of the Perl program that now allows that particular program to access that file. So it is not the same as what is specified in the Unix file system, but it's very similar to that context, that concept. So the first parameter to open function is the name of the file handle. Essentially, the convention basically like we keep the name as all cap letters, just so that to distinguish between a normal variable and a file handle. And then the second parameter to open is the string value naming the file and optionally including the characters to indicate the mode of opening the file. So typically this will be like open fh my file. So this particular declaration now opens my file for read and with the file handle of fh. So read means it's basically like it's only for input. And one thing that notice basically I don't put any characters here. That's because the input is the default, so you don't have to specify this, or explicitly we can specify open fh my file. So this particular declaration will declare specifically like my file as only a read only file. If you want to write to the my file, then we open the my file as open fh arrow my file. This one will enable the my file to become an output, or essentially we can write it into the my file, and here the my file will be completely overwritten by this statement, so any previous content will get deleted. The third option is essentially we can do open fh double arrow and then followed by my file. This essentially like which indicates the open for output appending to the file which is already existing. So when we do this double ampersand, double arrow or double greater than, this actually causes the file to be appended at the end by any new changes at this point. So the file will be open, but previous content will be preserved, and then any new content will be added at the end of the file. So now how do we actually write it into the file? Essentially for that we need to use the file handle in the statement print. So by default actually like I mean it is going into the standard out, but when we can also specify a given file handle and then to write a particular param or a variable into that one essentially. So in this example basically like the out handle is something that is already defined, in which we are actually adding the data and more data into it. So couple of things to notice, there is no comma after the out handle and or there is no special parenthesis or anything. All the print function has these parameters essentially, like I mean there's a file handle followed by the string, and essentially like I mean we omit this file handle because standard out is a default for print command. Now there is also another operator called the input operator, which can be used on the input file handle. The read function reads the number of characters into a given array. Essentially the function returns actual number of characters read. The function parameters can indicate that characters are to be stored in an array somewhere than other than at the beginning. So these are all the two different other functions. So the input operator itself is used to read from this file. So you can think of it as basically like I mean so typical Perl programs are open file handle with my file, and then we'll say while we can say file handle. This implicitly calls reading this file and then reading it line by line, and this delimiter is essentially like established as I think I already mentioned it, it's dollar slash. So if you modify then you can change the delimiter. The default is actually it's backslash n. So this dollar slash is actually backslash n, and it reads up to that value, and then so that's how we write programs essentially. And for specific read essentially like we can actually use the read function itself. This reads number of characters into a given array. The function returns actual number of characters read. The function parameters can indicate that characters have to be stored in the array or somewhere other than in the array somewhere other than at the beginning. So so you can actually do a man read to get more information, and then the seek function, this is can be used to position the file handle cursor at different positions in the file. These are all some of the advanced functions. You can typically read this line by line, and then if you are not, if you don't want to process any line, you can actually go with next as a simple way to actually move past or move the file handle past the current location instead of using the seek function. Seek function is much more atomic, and you can actually use it to really fine tune where you want to put the cursor essentially. So to just to doing a recap, essentially today we saw some key topics essentially, like I mean number one that we saw was the function calls essentially. The function essentially like consists of the function header and the body, and then it's basically like the keyword sub identifies the function. The declaration essentially like so the function itself essentially like it can be written anywhere. You can declare the function but have the actual function specification somewhere else. The function call is essentially like it can be a part of the expression. If it is part of the expression, then the return value is actually used inside that expression. If the function call is made standalone, then there is no return value, and if there is even if the function returns something, it's just discarded. And when the function is getting called, the body begins executing at the first statement. The return statement is whenever it encounters the return statement, the function stops executing. One key thing to notice is basically like if you don't have an explicit return statement, the last expression that is evaluated will be returned as the return value of the function. So use it with caution. Use always the return values. And then we also talked about the local variables. Usually the variable declarations in Perl actually like variables need not be declared explicitly, and everything will just have the global scope. But the my declaration is used to declare the variable within the function and which are local to the function. And then the mine is also like having so all these variables will have dynamic scoping inside Perl, and so it understands the local declaration and then basically use it as is. And if the local variable has the same name as the global variable, the global variable itself is not visible within the function body, and only the local variable will be used. And then the parameters essentially like these are the parameters for the function, and then the function call has the parameters that should have the parameters, and those parameters are called the actual parameters. Those are always needed. The formal parameters are essentially like used when we define the function at a later stage, and they have a one-to-one correspondence with the actual parameters. And in Perl, the formal parameters are not named in the function header. We don't have to specify them. We can directly start using them inside the functions. And Perl supports both pass by value and pass by reference. We know how to initialize the array essentially like so it's basically like it's getting assigned to various values, and this is something that we saw in this example here, where when we specify the array underscore, it's split into like all these various values using this other function, which is an implicit function. Then we talked about the sort a little bit. Essentially, we will come back to that example. Then we talked about the pattern matching. We talked about the M operator. The M operator is the match operator that actually like matches a particular regular expression to the particular given string, and then we can actually use if you omit this equal to tilde operator, then implicitly it is assumed as the matching is on the dollar underscore. The matching gives if a particular character set is present in the in any of the strings that we are searching on. One thing to note is actually like we haven't really touched upon how to create the patterns themselves. What are the rules of the governing the patterns, which I'll talk about it in the next lecture. but at this time just understand that there is this M operator, and then followed by that actually there is a the S operator. But before we go into the S operator, to memorize or to remember the matches, essentially like whether the match was successful or not, Perl provides a lot of good syntax help. One is the parts of the pattern can be parenthesized and then use basically. So if you have like so $1 $2 refers to the part of the string that got matched by the parenthesized subpatterns. But how to get to the string itself, the match string, is essentially like by using the $ampersand, $backtick, and the $forward-tick. So the backtick is essentially like $ampersand will have the actual part that match the pattern. So pattern can be specified, and basically like this is just a string within the string itself. So the string is split into 3, and then one part is basically the matched pattern. The backtick is anything before the matched pattern, and then the regular normal tick is essentially like the part after the match that happens. Now the S operator is used for a substitution, essentially like so we can substitute one pattern with a new string. I'll underline this string here, and using the S or the substitute pattern. Here also, like I mean the same rules, like the matching pattern applies with the equal to tilde for any string, and then if you don't specify that equal to tilde, then the $_ is assumed as uh, the input string. And then we have a pattern.